Disregard. Okay, so that seems to be okay. Good morning. It's been an eventful day so far. Eventful couple hours anyway. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my live virtual trading journal. Everything that you see here is live and direct. This is an AMP live futures account funded by my own hard-earned dollars. No prop stuff or any of that. After the So first and foremost, I am not licensed to provide financial or trade advice. The purpose of this stream is my virtual trading journal. I don't multitask well, so for me to be doing screen snaps and typing and this kind of stuff in a journal through the day takes my focus from trading. The idea here is that all of the video is captured obviously on my screens, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at the moment and through the day. And I'm happy to have anybody join or listen or do whatever. Now, I trade live. Any trades that I take are graphically displayed here on Bookmap, and the results above, and on and on and on. I don't keep anything a secret. And I stream. This stream is high def, 1440p. So if it's not crystal clear on your side, click the gear icon on YouTube. The reason I push the stream from OBS to YouTube is because I can then review the stream on any device. And, obviously the stream goes every trading day from 0800 till 1500 in the afternoon, the cash session. 7 hours. Well, I'm not going to re-listen to 7 hours every day. So if I want to know something about what was I thinking when I took that trade or whatever, I want to have a chapter marker, and that's the reason I do those. So let's get on with the numbers now. So far, so good, it looks like. Had a little bit of drama with IRT right up until about a minute before the stream started. But all's well that ends well, I guess. So this is... take a look at the reports out this morning, and I don't think there was some conversation with this. I've actually enabled the 1-star reports, which I usually kept filtered out, but Redbook is in there. There was some sort of this is IRT. It's completely free. You can sign up and pay them if you want to, but whatever, it's free. I like this layout because it's easy. It's cleaner for me to screen grab and post into a Discord or somewhere else. There's also earnings, which are earnings season's pretty much wound down now, but this is it's the tail end of the earnings session. And you can filter this for your time zone or whatever you want to do, countries, everything. And the other one I use is investing.com or Financial Juice. I don't like this docket presentation quite as well. However, they do have these kind of non-financial events or potential risk events, in here. Like Trump's Veterans Day ceremony, which ought to be interesting because he's had some pretty venal comments about that in the past. Anyway, so that's this, but they do have more of a squawk box idea going on over here. And this is the thing that he was talking about, the October ADP. So it came out, but it wasn't on the reporting anywhere. Those are the, and this is also free. And you can filter it, whatever the hell you want to do. I'm losing track of myself here. Let's get on to the pre-market. So fingers crossed I actually have the pre-market. This is the micro, the micro ES. This 4-screen layout I have for the micros and for the minis, identical. At the moment, because I am just transitioning into this live AMP account from about the first of these are live trades from the 1st of November, because I switched over from in October. I'll talk about that some other time. I'm on the micros because in this environment, this is my live funded account. It's my money. What is the primary objective of a trader is to preserve and to grow their account. And the first commandment of that is risk management. So in this extremely unstable environment with, who knows, well, right here, this was an completely unscheduled, out of the blue tweet at 10 o'clock in the morning. 229 handle sell-off, none of which was true. The reasoning for the dramatic increase in tariffs was not true. The dramatic increase in tariffs didn't even remotely happen. But the market reacted to that news, irresponsible tweet, in my opinion. And there we go. I don't think we should be making policies by tweeting. However, we'll get on to the next, I'll talk about that later. But so here we are. This is the micros. That's why I'm trading them live. This is the minis, also live. And let's look at the way these work. This is the ES Renko chart, NASDAQ Renko, ES high time frame chart, which is the micro composite. This is real simple. This is the RTH session only. These are daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I draw this volume profile around them. In so doing, it generates a micro composite VPOC, and it generates these high and low volume nodes, which push automatically to bookmap. I manually enter the rest of this, VPOCs and highs and lows and all-time highs and stuff myself. I could automate all of that, but I have found over the years that when I put stuff in, when I type stuff and see it myself, it registers with me better, right? So there you go. And this is the market profile chart, which doesn't seem to want to do anything properly here today. It's still thinking about this issue with the data that I've been having. So the session prices here are also pushed up from IRT to bookmap, and they are live. Let's get over here to this guy. Now, you see we're at about a 0.22% negative change across the board. And again, this is IRT, and this is the micros, MES, NQ, micro MES, and there you are. So those things push to bookmap, which happens to be right here. Now, knock wood, it's okay. Just a quick word about Blue Boy here. You see these blue lines. It's a real expensive, highly technical proprietary indicator that I use called a vertical line. And that's about as proprietary and highly technical as I get, frankly, because I keep everything very simple based on data, probabilities. That's it. And, data meaning price action. These blue lines I slap on at the opening print of each session. This is the opening print of yesterday's RTH. There's what we did. Here's the opening print of last night, this current ETH session, and here's where we are. When we open here at 8:30, I will put one there, and then that enables me to glance left. It's just a visual cue, right? I can glance left and know if I see Blue Boy over here, I know that I have the full context range in view, and that's my goal, because I want to be firmly rooted in where we are context-wise. All right, here's the dome, or the price ladder, or the order book, whatever you want to call it. These are the session these are prices, and this is the resting liquidity at these sessions, at these prices. Sorry. This is the micro composite column I mentioned, where I manually enter these naked volume points of control, POC, etc. Gap highs, gap lows, that stuff. These are the high and low volume nodes, which I pointed out push automatically from the micro composite chart to Bookmap. And this is the volume profile for the full session. This started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. Okay, it said there was an issue with chat. I was just checking it out. This is the RTH session, or the regular trading hour session volume profile, and it'll reset this morning at 8:30, hopefully, or I'll do it myself. And this is my notes column, which is quite important for me, where I enter the statistics and flag these migrating VPOCs throughout the day. We'll do that right now. The first thing I do here, let me just jump over, and this is the IRT price session prices. These are pushed automatically from my IRT here to Bookmap, and there is nothing magical about any of them. You'll notice there's no indicator on my Bookmap or my IRT. There is a POC for the full session, which is kind of that muted yellow right here. There's a POC for the RTH session. Now, POC, point of control, volume point of control, VPOC, I should say. These yellow lines just plot where the POC has been. The POC is nothing more than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far in the overnight, 68, 43.75, 3,735 contracts have traded in the overnight session of the ES micro. And that's why this flag is right here. Now, IRT, this data for the cloud note levels and for these lines is exactly the same. Okay, just by the way. Next, we have a VWAP, which is volume weighted average price for both Globex and RTH, and we have a mid. Boop, that's it. These levels here these lines just draw a line at the price level. This is an indicator. This is a cloud note column. They both are driven by the exact same data exported at the exact same moment from IRT. Okay. Some of these lines, which can be a little confusing to people, are the initial balance high and low, mainly because of the nomenclature. It is a holdover from the market profile days. This is an abbreviation for initial balance. And of course, if you just think about it a second, you can make that whatever you want it to be. The general accepted initial balance is, and these lines are nothing more than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That is absolutely all it is. So let's get back to the column now, to my notes column. So if we had, first we're going to determine what open type we're going to have. There are only 4: higher out of range, higher in range, lower in range, lower out of range. Higher out of range, as was yesterday, gap up. So if we opened right here, right now, there's price. How would that price compare to the previous RTH session close, which I don't see here anywhere, do I? Let's just check here. I'm guessing right there. Nope, that's the ETH low. Where the hell did the close go? Anybody see it? Maybe under here? There we are. RTH close. See that? Okay. Where are we? Well, we're lower than the close, right? So here's price and there's the close. And how does it compare to the RTH trading session from yesterday, the previous one? It's in range. So what would the title be? The first thing I do here now is change the title to lower in range. Okay. I do that for a reason every day. When I look back at the stream or a screen snap, I can see this title and immediately know a lot of data, a lot of information about the session. I know that this opened lower in range. That gives me a hell of a big start on what ETH did compared to RTH, right? It also dictates which of the open type columns we will use for all of the statistics. And the next thing we need to do is clear the notes column to get rid of the yesterday stuff, and we'll do the statistics now. And that's very simple. IRT, secret tab. I love saying that, in case you didn't get it. I amuse easy. This is the homework study, and it is very, very simple, like everything else I do. Straightforward, not mysterious. It's math, probabilities, statistics. That's it. Okay? And that's the way I believe you need to approach trading. We opened higher out of range yesterday. IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type, but of course they're not going to do that today until 8:30 happens, right? Lower in range. Remember, we decided that was what it was. All right. The study looks back at a data set of 1,616, coincidentally, days, trading days. Of these 1,600 days, we opened lower in range 474 of them. Of the days where we opened lower in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 80.6% of the time. Now, here's where it gets real tricky. Overnight volume point of control, 80.6. That is, it would help if I got it on the right line, huh? And that, I might point out to you, is just, what's going on here? As complicated as it gets. That's it. Now I'm just going to step down the list. First of all, I'm going to get back over here to the overnight mid, which for some reason is 82.3. It's just a little higher. Overnight mid, 82.3. There you go. And we'll just move down the list, eh? Previous close, 73.8. We remember that was up here, right? And this is exactly how tough it gets, boys and girls. Now, let's get to an IB high. There we go, 69 point something. 69 flat, IB high. Okay, here's what I do on these. Okay, and then we're going to go IB high, right? Why do we do that? Because the minute we open here in another 10 minutes or so, this is going to move to the high of this session, and the other one is the low is gonna move to the bottom of that for the first 1 hour. The first 1 hour, the high will go up with price, the low will go down with price. And so it will not be here anymore. It would be pretty unlikely anyway. And I'm going to wonder what the hell was at 69.0%. And then I'm going to know that it was the IB high. Okay. Mid-value POC, overnight low, 66.7. And that's right there. Well, we've already got one at the IB high. I'm going to leave that alone. The previous low is 54. God damn, I think they're all jacked up on top of each other here. No, previous low is way down here in the corn patch. 54.0. So you get the point. It's simple. While I'm down here, let's look at the IB low, 61.8. Now, you need to remember that these are statistics. These are probabilities. This is not any form of guaranteed line in the sand, target, whatever, right? The overnight high, that's usually a big one. Where'd that go? There we are, 51.3. After a while, you kind of get used to what are the more probable every day. 41.6. How great, 41.6. Now this is important. This is good an example. How in the hell, if we're going to get to 53.1, we're going to get past 41.6, eh? So these are probabilities. These are not hard, fast lines in the sand. Okay. And now I need to do something else over here, which is something I do every day. Hopefully it's right, and everybody will be screaming and squawking at me if it's not. And that's called the TLab snap. Not sure I like this new flipping mouse, to be honest with you. I got a new super groovy, extra heavy duty, nifty neato Kino mouse here, which is a, you can change the DPI up to 6400 or something stupid, and there you go. Now, what is the TLab snap? Okay, it is a book map. First of all, what's the TLab? It's a book map Discord chat room called the Trader's Lab. It was started by a guy and continues to be maintained by him named Tom B. And I believe he's the real deal. He says he's been trading for 46 years, and I believe him. I mean, you know, he's never going to show you his account balance or his statements. I don't think you're ever going to see a wrapped Lambo there, and I'm pretty sure you're never going to see gold chains. But, you know, after you've been around someplace a while and you kind of get a feeling for somebody, I think, and validate it. Never trades live, never calls a trade. And most importantly, you'll never be solicited to buy anything in the TLab. I hope, at least to this moment in time. So I recommend it every day. I make 2 posts in there. The one is, and basically I do the reports and the numbers early every morning. And this is the post I put in there every day at about 8:20. I created it a couple of years ago, maybe, to help those folks in the TLab that don't have the charting to have all of this kind of information. And I continue to do it every day, even though I'm not as active in there as I used to be. I make basically 2 posts a day and read through the stuff in the afternoons, but I used to be a very active poster. I am not, because I'm doing the stream. So I'll be right back here. Hope I was unmuted when I was talking about that. In case I was not, important, if you change instruments on Bookmap, the trade control panel resets to off. So you can't trade the new instrument and you can't trade the old one. Got to redefine which way you're going to interact with the app. Now it's back in business. Now it's green. And that's, if you're using multi-brackets, that's also, you've got to have multi-brackets set up for any instrument that you have. Micros, minis, NASDAQ, whatever. It will automatically, and you have to have selected those and set them up in advance. Most of this stuff is the voice of experience, you know? Doing that, jumping back and not noticing that padlock was off and then trying to enter a trade and wondering what the hell happened. That kind of thing. Be really, really careful about this active data column. If you have it enabled to trade, if you accidentally click in here for any freaking reason, you are in a trade or have an order in the book, in the market, and this is a live account. This is not sim or prop or any of that stuff, with real money, my money, funded by me. So, and as you might imagine, I have done that accidentally. Also, in the heat of the moment, if you, for example, if I want to put a resting order, let's put it this way. If I wanted to put a resting resting short up here, and I accidentally right-click above the price, left-click above the price, I'm in the trade. That's a market order. As is a market order below the price with a left or with a right-click. Then you can do stops and stuff with control or shift and whatever else. But those are, you make a mistake over here, or you want to try to move an order that's resting order, like a stop, for example, or a target, and you make a mistake and grab over here and you miss it, boop, you got another order in the book. For the longest time, I only traded with the mouse on the dome columns, but I find that I believe anyway that the trading with the mouse in the active data column is much faster and more accurate placements. Originally, I traded, and you can trade with your keyboard and hotkey, which I did for years on other platforms, including Bookmap. You have to have it set up first, of course, and you have to have focus of the computer needs to be on the Bookmap application, which is not anything to do with Bookmap. It's a function of the OS. Every OS is that way. Obviously, if you're looking at something on IRT and you see something out of your other, out of the corner of your eye and you want to take a trade, it ain't going to happen. And you're hitting those keys like a madman, it ain't going to happen. It's not anything to worry about if you trade with a mouse, because the minute you click in the application to put in the order, there's the focus. So there you go. I don't know what else to tell you. And we're going to round that first 30-minute bracket. That A bracket on the micro, on the volume profile is going to happen here pretty quick. We're pushing it open a little bit, huh? We're now about 37.5 to 48, so we're about a 10 handle range now, stretching to the bottom. Lower, I should say. At the bottom, I guess. Let's hope not the bottom. Huh? We've got a micro composite VPOC above us at 85 and one below us at 766 from the previous couple of micro composites. Right here and right here. And here we are. And there we were yesterday. And what else we got going on here, boys and girls? Well, this is where, if you are trading, approaching trading as a statistical business with your target on account preservation and consistent profitability, it's very, very different than an adrenaline rush, a video game, gambling, clicking that mouse till you wear it out like you're killing snakes. This is trading, really. And this is, it's not just me. I recognize that. And I take comfort in the fact that all of the successful traders that I read and hear about or whatever, confirm that that's their observation also. And I'm talking about Jim Simmons and Ray Dalio and Tudor Jones and those guys. It's a business of statistics and probabilities, not hunches and get lucky. There's nothing wrong with getting lucky, of course. And I will also say, at this point in the day and probably lots of other times, this stream is, remember, my virtual trading journal. The only way I get what I'm thinking into the stream recording is the narration, my voiceover. And I'm looking at both of these monitors. They're side by side on the lower tier of my 4-monitor rack here in front of me all day long. So the only way I get what I'm thinking in there is this voiceover, and that's the point. So when I say you or whatever, just bear in mind I'm talking to myself most of the time. And if it helps you, that'd be great. I would really, make me feel good. That's the reason and one of the benefits of streaming it. And I'm not monetized in any way, so I'm in it for the likes and subs and as a function that it is my trading journal. Now, most importantly, the stuff I say, the things I think, the philosophy that I, practice and stick to is my methodology, and it is certainly not my way or the highway. If you are consistently profitable over a large enough data set to be statistically significant, not just within, I got 5 wins in a row last week. Well, okay, good for you, but that's meaningless. If your results are statistically significant and you're consistently profitable by, standing across the room and squirting your screen with a squirt gun, good for you. Whatever you're doing that's consistently profitable, do not change under any circumstances. And if you're, really consistently profitable and a hell of a lot easier than what I'm doing, let me know immediately. And in the chat, and I'll switch. My mind is 100% open to whatever, any kind of suggestion that's positive, that I can check out, that I can verify statistically or with data. If I'm a good-looking hammer with a suggestive smile, and I say that my trend line makes me $1 million, I turned $100 into $1 gazillion. Well, maybe not, but I'm gonna reload. Antonio, get your mouse finger oiled up. I'm gonna go reload my water bottle, and that always results in a big trade opportunity. All right, the first 30 minutes is in. And what the hell does that mean? Well, it means that I can start anticipating a potential trade. Now, let me start from the very beginning here. I only trade setups which I have statistically vetted by doing my homework, backtesting, etc., and come up with an expectancy, which includes win rate, and those parameters. And those trades that I have vetted are the initial balance trades, which are 2 There's an initial balance continuation and an initial balance failure for both the IB high and the IB low. Okay. First of all, it's pretty important to remember that they are not a thing. There's no possibility of them, either of those trades nor the statistic, until 9:30. But that's what I do. So here's something that I wanted to point out. And Antonio, I don't know if you were around lately, but I came up with a couple of things that are pretty important. This is the IB. This is the backtesting setup, which I assume is going to refresh here pretty quick. Yeah, these are the rules that I use for backtesting the 4 or the 2 IB trades, high and failure and continuation for the IB high and the IB low. These levels are just custom indicators which anybody can build in TradingView, anywhere else. And I use them. They do not connect in any way to the trading system, but they are absolute, precise reflections of the rules and the signals. Okay, so that I can determine for myself watching this, is this crap happening when and where I think it ought to? Did I get that signal when and where I think I ought to? Now, a word of advice, we don't have these lines yet. Why? It's not 9:30. I actually use this trigger chart because I stay away from that. And it is a little bigger version of the exact same thing. Okay. Now, what I wanted to point out here for Antonio is I did some extensive backtesting over the weekend. These are 12 backtests of 500 days. These are about as many results and data points as I think you can get, and they're accurate, absolutely. And the way it works is real simple. This is the first risk-neutral scale right here. 12 tick stop. This is just an ID, so forget about it. 12 tick stop, T1 at 12 ticks, T2 at 48 ticks. There's no trail, there's no trigger, there's no move to break even. Sit there. 493 days or 715 trades, total wins of 253, average win is $666. Total loss, I guess I should make these dollars. I never thought about that. Total losses 217, total average loss 96. There's 245 scratches. Win rate, loss rate, expectancy, profit factor, risk-reward ratio. Trades per day. 9 consecutive wins in a row, 7 consecutive losses in a row. There was this many longs, this many shorts. This strategy over 500 days produced $102,550. This amount of long, this amount of short. If you want to short circuit me and all the work on the backtesting, if you copy this, then you can do your own what-if-y kind of things. And it just goes on. I tried to make it logical, right? This is 12 tick stop, 12 tick, 48 ticks. However, at 12 ticks, we get a trigger. So in other words, at T1, we get a trigger to break even. This is trailing ticks plus the entry. In other words, over or below the entry. I should have put plus or minus, I guess. And there are the results. Here's 12, 24, 48, 12, 2. Here we go where we have this is 12 ticks, 24, T1 is 24 ticks, T2 is 48. We get a trigger, a trail trigger at 12 ticks, positive, and we move our stop to entry plus 12 ticks. In other words, it goes to where T1 used to be. No, it goes to where T1 used to be over here. So there you go. If that helps, there you are. And there you have it. Boop. Okay. So I have nothing to wait for here. Now, what I am doing and have been doing all month so far on the live account is, again, this has no connection to the trading signals or the automated. It's not an algorithm. This is me. I watch and confirm the signals, and let me show you what those signals look like here. There you go. So here's an A, a B, no trigger, no trade. There's an A, there's a B, there's a trigger, that's a trade. Ooh, up you go. Same way with the down, with the shorts. So what I do is manually confirm and watch each one of these signals happen, and then I automatically and without discretion, actually, whether this is smart or not, I don't know, but this is the way I'm doing it. Then I automatically enter the trade over here manually. What problem I'm having is missing, like yesterday, I missed the signal because I stepped away to the restroom, came back and I'd missed the trigger, and it was a winner. So there you are. That's how it's working at this point. And it could be automated if that's what you want to do, but that's not my point, or at least that wasn't my point when I started out. So it's 9:06. Pick up sticks. We have nothing to do. There's no statistic. There's no signal. The IB stat has not been set. And quite frankly, with this narrow range and risk reward, this could be a no trade kind of a day, just looking at it. Now, this is 4 handles down here, I guess. But now the IB trades, there are 2 of them, right? As I mentioned, there's a continuation and there's the failure. The IB failure trade is nothing more than a renamed mean reversion. It's an outside in. Outside in. It's a failure. In other words, it comes up to the IB, can't get any horsepower over it, reverts to the mean. So what does that say looking at a bigger picture? Typically then, those 2 different trades are one, the IB failure is suggested by a session or a context. If Blue Boy would stop hiding behind the barn over there. Look at this guy hide. Okay. If typically suggested by a rotational or a balanced day, makes sense, doesn't it? What have we been doing all day? We've been doing this. What do you think's going to happen? Well, I'm thinking we might mean revert, just like we've been doing for the first hour. If it's a directional day, imagine that this was the RTH session, that would suggest an IB continuation trade. And in fact, the reason I vetted and, took the IB trades for the first setups to vet is so that I would have a vetted setup for both a continuation or a balanced day. 2 different setups, right? One applicable to mean reversion, one applicable to directional. If you just vetted mean reversion trades, which here's one. It's got nothing to do with the IB anymore. It's a mean reversion. There's one. Originally, there was one. If you have some setup and some criteria that validate those setups, there you go. But there's only one way that you can have a mean reversion trade by the very name of it. It's a mean reversion. It reverts to the mean. There's no continuation trade can be vetted there. So there you are. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it, boys and girls. And if you want to look at those, if you took a screen snap of those statistics, you can do them for yourself. You can look at, it's completely transparent. Everything is completely transparent there. the setup, the results, boom. I will say this, that I don't know if I've mentioned this. When I do the initial, when I do the homework, which is what you don't do any of this stuff during the live trading session. You should be focused on trading and trading the rules and the setup and that you already vetted. The vetting, the identification of, and the what if stuff to do with all those trades and setups happen. You should do that during your homework period away from the live market. No. So, yeah. Here's a fun fact for you. The percentage of rotational days as opposed to directional days in the trading universe. There's a much higher percentage of rotational days than there are trend days, supposedly. And I don't have any statistics to back that up, but, fun fact, believe it or do your own, vet it for yourself. As you should do with anything. I mean, even those statistics that I posted, if you took a screen snap and you want to try them out for yourself, away from the live market or in sim or whatever, In this game, you've got to really question everybody. Tom, B, me, anybody that you listen to, that you hear say stuff. So many people have it skewed. I hear so many people in other chat rooms or other Discord places. That's a vetted trade. That's a structured trade. Is it? And I've asked the question, how structured how? I mean, vetted how? Over how many trades? During what period of time? Basic stuff. And I never get an answer. It's just kind of disappointing. And I don't think it's intentional or malicious. I think they genuinely believe, well, Tom said it, so it must be vetted. So I'm going to say the same thing. So I've never done the work myself, but because Tom B said it, I'm going to say it's a vetted trade because, well, he said so. What if he's full of shit? You know what I mean? That's got nothing to do with anything. You should definitely do that yourself. It's your money. You want to let some random guy you met on the internet give him your bank account number or send him a credit card or whatever, I don't think that makes sense to anybody. So, and I'm not saying anything wrong or, about anyone. I'm just saying do it for yourself. And I was the same way in the initial time I was started the Traders Lab. Sounded like a reasonable thing to me. My approach was, okay, the IB trade, we've all talked about that IB trade. Tom, very definitely, and Rod and everybody else, Ned and everyone. So I set about eating my own dog food and betting it myself. And I can say that in doing that, I identified how easily what one person says and believes can be so different. And it's with the specificity of the little minutia, like in my trading system, the one that I've backtested, the IB ones, the initial balance statistic which we all know, in case you don't, is the IB high or low exceeded by price at some point in the remainder of the RTH trading session. Okay, if it just dips through there one time, someone calls that the IB statistic. In my trading rules, definitely not. There needs to be a two-bar sequence specifically. I'll talk about that later, but and that's not malicious or non-factual or untruth. That's just the rules are very specific. For example, in this case, my rule says that the signal bar that takes out the IB high or low needs to have open above the IB in the case of the IB low and a close below it. If it does not have those two things, it's not a signal. Furthermore, the preceding bar to the signal bar needs to have an open higher than the low, and preferably an open higher than the close, and the low preferably higher than the IB. Several times in the last couple of weeks, the bar has come through the IB, but the close was right on the IB. Now, I've talked about this before, and this weekend I will do a what if. What if rather the rule is open is greater than the close, that's how it is now, or open is greater than or equal to the close of the IB, or the close is equal to the IB. A little nuance like that, but it makes a difference in the signals. Now, in the backtesting system, in the computer, there's no discretion. There's nobody, it follows the exact rules as they are written, period. Which is what I like. So the way the back test works is however many days you set this up. I just did this yesterday to do some 500 days is typically what I back test. The system will evaluate each one of these rules over every 1 minute bar candlestick for 493 days. That works out to 271,000 something bars, 1 minute candles. It evaluates every one of those rules. Absolutely, specifically, without question. If price comes down to the IB and closes on the IB, which has happened a couple of times, no signal. So what I need to do is, first of all, run the back test as it is, then make that one change, and then rerun the back test and identify or evaluate, is it better or worse? That's optimizing without curve fitting, in my opinion. And guess what's going to happen now in 8 minutes? Ooh, we're going to get the IB statistic. Now what's going to happen? Who knows? So there's no news on the horizon. I guess the Senate finally paid off a couple of Democrats to side up with them and get this, now the whole thing about that's going to be real interesting is the Speaker of the House has refused to bring the House to session for various reasons, one in particular, because when it's in session, he will have to swear in some newly elected House members. He could do that without any problem until now. The Senate has passed the bill and sent it to the House, the appropriations bill, to reopen the government. He has to convene the House. So I'm interested to see kind of a square dance they do to get around that. Just out of interest. I don't care. I do think it's pretty weird that the Speaker of the House can refuse to swear in elected congressmen, Congress people, whatever you call them. I can't imagine that they would have, there could be such a, you know, such a rule or such a possibility. Here we go. Are we excited? Well, as expected, no signals. Guess why? It's not 9:30. In 5 minutes, it will be. The minute 9:30 happens, we'll see these lines will appear, these levels. And also, at 9:30, these levels right here, which you'll see pop up over here, are pushed across to Bookmap. Aren't I a wizard? They'll be right over here on either side of the initial balance high and either side of initial balance low. Only and absolutely so that I can, I try to give myself every opportunity to not miss something, just a heads up, a visual reference. Doesn't do anything. It's just a line, like right here, just a line. I didn't put a flag in because this is pretty busy, so there you go. But you'll see them at 9:30. I don't know what else to think about here. Just getting ready, I guess. Now, this is kind of a good benefit of doing this. When you have vetted a trade and that's what you're going to take, first of all, I have no issue with discipline. I only have 2 possible trades, and they both around the IB high or around the IB low, period. If the price is doing something over here, I've got nothing to do there. I watch from Blue Boy over here, I can keep a good grounding in the context. If we get near an IB, I can zoom in. And also, it's real kind of comforting or relaxed, less stressful, let's say. Nothing's a surprise. It's not hurry, scurry, and blurry, right? You're not, oh, goddamn, I got to get some trades. Click, 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 click. No. I'm anticipating 9:30. At 9:30, there's still no initial balance statistic, so I will wait for that. And then I will wait for A, B, and trigger. Pleasure. And now let's, somewhere around here I thought it's important probably to know what the initial balance statistic is. That's at 9:30. Okay, the initial balance statistic is, in case you don't know, there is greater than, I'm waiting for the IRT to get itself together here. There is a greater than 97.8% probability right here in all 4 open types. This is the least, 97.8. Today it's 98.3% probability that the IB high or the IB low will be revisited by price at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session. In other words, after 9:30, when this becomes an active statistic, there's a 98.3% probability that it will be revisited by price at some time between 9:30 and 1600. That's the statistic. So there you go. Is it active now? Nope. We've got 55 seconds. And a real important point to make, besides the statistic, which I was just mentioning here, 30 seconds until 9:30. And what does that mean? That means that nothing more than that the IB statistic will be set and active. The IB high, the IB low. And there we are. The IB statistic is now set. And I caution you from the voice of experience, do not trade toward the initial balance statistic or any statistic. Oh man, we're below the VWAP, we're below the POCs. This thing's going to sell off. We're going to take the IB low. Get short, get hammered. Get short right there. Let's just see. You got short at 35.75. Now what's going to happen? Well, there's 38. One more tick. There you go. You just got stopped out. You know, the statistic is down here and up here. When price takes the statistic and furthermore takes the statistic by the rules, then A is in play. And here are those levels which I mentioned would push across the book map. Continuation zone, pullback zone. So do not trade to the statistic. I think that's just, well, look, there you go. You're stopped out. And obviously you can imagine that that's the voice of experience talking. Here are the lines starting to plot. There are the levels. There's the IB low, the IB high. Now, I guess you probably know that the IB levels will no longer move. The low will no longer go down with price and the high will no longer go up with price. That's the whole thing. It's just the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. The theory, I guess, is that the most of the higher time frame has business to do and they want to get it done in the first hour of the market, the beginning of the market. There's an old belief that in order for price to get outside the initial balance, it needs to be the handiwork of the higher time frame, not retail. Who knows? I don't know. Okay, are we rich yet? Well, no. Oh, man. I think I could do a good rich. I'd like to give it a whirl. Here we go. Are we going to take it? We're going to take it? Maybe. Well, maybe not. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I suppose we're going to take the IB low or high. Remember, there's a 98.6 or whatever the hell it is percent probability that we will take one or the other at some point from now until 1600. So yeah, it isn't a surprise, but and do your own math. If you put on a trade before the IB statistic is made, and you've got some method of doing that has produces a consistent, statistically significant data set, good for you. Now here we have, you see, we have the IB statistic taken right there. Was there any follow through? Nope. Here's what's important now. If you were quick and you didn't have, you were trading your own rules, mean reversion, for example, and you got long, well, you're scaled. What? Over here, no A signal, only this little guy here. Remember, I already talked about it. This is correct. We had open higher than the low, the high above the IB, but we had this bar open, take out the IB, but it did not close below it. So there is not an A signal per my specific rules, trade rules, which is how I have back tested the whole shoot match here. So and I am going to religiously stick to them. Because you can start, getting off the reservation, and then what do you know? There's something that's important to understand about humans, is that we have an amazing facility to only remember the good stuff. You move your stop away from your entry, you'll remember the one time it worked, and you will completely glaze over the 50 times that it cost you double. I believe. When I say you, I'm talking to me. So here we go. Now, this is fun. I will say that this has been really great, because now that I have these vetted trades, I'm taking one or two trades a day rather than, I didn't take one trade in August in this vetting process. And, paralysis by analysis, or whatever the hell it is. So I'm real glad to be out of that loop. It would be nice to be in. Now let's do something here that's important, I believe. Let's take a quick checklist. Trade control panel is active on both. We have the 2-lot risk neutral package selected. We could trade, and we're on the right instrument. Checklist, right? What is this silly shit here? So did somebody say something? Now, just FYI, there is a green A for the A signal. There's a green B for the B signal, and this little arrow is considered the trigger. And there's one for both higher and low. I mean, if it's shorts, then it's this pinky color over here, or salmony guy, or whatever. That's how I did them. So, there you go. And the thinking here is real. If you're interested in working this out for yourself, besides if you copy those backtest results, you have all the movements and stops and stuff in ticks. The rules are real straightforward. And here you go. You can't possibly There's the pullback, there's a continuation zone, the pullback zone, there's the IB. Real simple, right? You can just do a screen snap of that and you see exactly those numbers. The numbers are, the difference is real easy. The pullback or consolidation zones, these two, are just between 3 and 5 points either side of the IB. The trigger zone is 1 point either side of the IB. Easy peasy. Those are also things you could change. I mean, you could, if you're young, you could spend 6 lifetimes doing this. And this original idea, Rod said, well, this is what I use on my IBFs. And I thought, boy, that's a good idea. There are specific values that have been proven and are successful because he's a successful trader. And it gave me an opportunity to code up with Bookman or with IRT a sequential rule philosophy. Now that I have this done and I have pretty much what I believe the IB statistics to be vetted, and now I can optimize them, I need to work on the next one. Right? As I said earlier, I've only got 2 trades there. I'm going to have an IB continuation or an IB failure from either side. If price is wandering around out here doing all kind of miraculous stuff, I got nowhere to go. I got no trade. So I need to think about the next one. There's Antonio's favorite VPOC migration. There's, lots of stuff. And look at this shit stuff. Look at there. Boop, we open and we haven't moved, baby. What's that mean? That means trouble in River City. What I would, point out is that this is about a non-target rich environment, and they're just making a giant pot of retail soup. Just so many traders cannot resist clicking that mouse. I have a thing called risk. Where am I now? 42. Let's do it there. Sorry, I'm updating. I got to update this chapter marker thing by hand until this fella gets it fixed. And it's a pain in the ass. There is a thing or a element in my trade control and my trade plan, which used to be a hard, fast rule that isn't. I've kind of let it become more discretionary, and that is the risk range requirement. The risk range requirement. It's a simple idea. If, for example, we're down here, and for some reason we think we have a triggered, a structured, vetted trade that's a long, there is one final criteria, the range requirement, that says we must have an unobstructed path from the entry to the first risk neutral scale. Otherwise, the entry is not valid. Now, if we got in smack on 31 quarter, 32 quarter, 33 quarter, we would just make it before we got to the overnight low. Remember that these are my pullback zones. They're not price levels. So we would have the range requirement here. Now we have a VPOC migration, first one all day, except for this little do-si-do they did over here around the open. So, yeah, what does that suggest to you? Well, that kind of suggests that we might be looking lower, huh? Remember that we have an open gap below us and a bunch of other crap. But that range requirement is not hard and fast. It was a hard and fast rule in my trade plan, and I would stand here for days at a time and not take a trade because of that requirement. Now I'm leaning on the rules of the vetted system, the vetted IB continuation or failure trades, and not really more or less disregarding that. I'm trying to eliminate discretion from the trading at this point. And by the way, while I'm trading the micros, it's pretty easy to be, easy to be non-discretionary when a full stop is $30 rather than 300. I mean, that's probably stating the obvious, but you get the point. So here we are. Trigger. Oh, what are you doing now? Trigger chart. I actually switched to a mouse with a tail over the weekend. This is a Logitech G502 Hero. I'm not sure if I got the right one. It's a little small for my hand, the way it feels. I'm used to the MX Master 25. I've got two of those I've used for years. But one of them was starting to give up the ghost. Just a word of explanation. My office here is 2 stand-up desks in an L. In front of me is a 4-monitor rack. The 2 lower monitors are my 32-inch 4K trading monitors. And above me I keep the stream going and a Statistic, and that's run by another computer. To my left is a vertical 27 high def, which on this trading machine, which is running OBS and that stuff. And a little further around the corner is another 32 4K, which is on my third machine. It's my old standby, email and all of that kind of crap. So I have 3 keyboards and mice. We're infested with mice. And I was having issues with the wireless one. I thought they were maybe getting confused or, interference from one to the other. So I bought this mouse with a tail here to see how that works out. One thing it does, it's kind of weird. If you notice down here on the bottom of the screen, I can change the DPIs. Watch this. Now it's 2400 DPI. In a minute it'll be, now it's 12. Now it's back to 24. Some gaming shit. I don't know what I've never played a computer game yet, and I don't know anything about so I don't know. I guess they change them on the fly and they do this and they do that, and I don't know. Lots of stuff. I'm pretty sure this mouse is probably more clever than I am. It goes all the way up to like 6400 or something. It was, you sneeze and it's across 60. There's 3200. There we go. Let's see what the top one looks like. And you see how fast it moves? I guess that's what it is, dots per inch. So I'm going to now back this off to there's where I think it works pretty good for me, 2400. It's always something, right? Some new bell or whistle to confuse you with. And by the way, this mouse was cheap. We went to the Best Buy and last weekend I was going to just see how they felt in my hand, and this thing was on sale for $39. I figured, what the hell? If it doesn't work, I'll give it to the cats. They can play with the mouse. I wish it was the same physical size as the MX Master because I don't really like the way this fits in my hand. So there you are. And if anybody has some great advice about micing, let me know. Welcome to the stream. I hope everything's okay. I'm not seeing input from the stream back to my OBS, but I see it on the above here on my upper stream. I forgot to turn on any music here so far today. That's sorry. These are the statistics that I shared. If you want to do a screen snap of that and you have not already, these are the statistics of a 2-lot trade system and 12 back tests over 500 days. It turns out there's 493 trading days. And there's all the stats you might want to confuse yourself with. So, yeah, what was I going to do next? Oh, yes, the music thing. Okay. Let's see. Epidemic sound. Boy, there's just no end to the confusion about this shit stuff. YouTube has a real strict and I suppose reasonably justified rules around, you know, copyright stuff and all of these things. And that's, I understand completely. So in order to have some sort of music here on the stream, I had to resort to a paid system called Epidemic Sound. In case that is something that might interest you. And, yeah. Okay, here's something interesting for you. Now, this is a B signal. Oh, let's trade, baby. No, well, do you see an A anyplace? Me too. And do you see a trigger anyplace? Nope. They need to be, and let me explain this chart once again to clear up any confusion. The trade system I use to backtest and vet these IB setups very, very definitely only takes the signals in sequence, and if you enter a trade, does not and then say you get stopped or you take both profit targets after you, when your position size is 0 again, in other words, when you're not in a position again, all of the signals are reset. So you need another A, then you need another B, and then you need another trigger. This chart, which is just my visual confirmation chart, where I coded up these signal markers and these levels precisely as they are in the trading system, but they're just indicators here. And I'm not going to mess with trying to figure out how to get these to sequence, you know, to hide and then only come sequentially and all that. That's why you see trigger, 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 trigger B. You know, that would not be the case and cannot be the case. So if you wonder that, if that's of interest, then there you go. And if anybody wants the chart definition for this thing, let me know in the chat. No problem. I have no problem sharing any of the stuff that I do, and I'll tell you why. There are millions of traders expressing their opinion about the market. I don't think that a handful of people that watch or listen to me or copy some of this stuff is going to affect the edge. You know, I get so tickled at these guys. That's proprietary. That's a proprietary inventory. And do you suppose that the 200 people that listen to you every day or whatever is going to, some people have hundreds of thousands of viewers. I guess that could add up, right? That's how pump and dumps work. That's not me. And this is my trading journal. So I want to be as absolutely transparent and straightforward and accountable as possible. I hope that's clear. You know, I share these session prices with a lot of people, TLab, Static, and around. If these session prices would be helpful to you, like, subscribe, throw something in the chat, and I'll hook you up with the, it's a CSV file from Google Sheets or Google Drive. And you just put it into Cloud Note column or into this indicator, or you can use it in, you know, Sierra Chart. I think some people do. You can also just open it up as a Excel page or a CSV file and see the levels yourself, whatever you want to do. So there you go. And that's why I have no problem sharing the trading system over here and the rules. I don't think, and I guess I'll be forever pissed if I'm wrong, but I don't think it would, I don't think the handful or, 10,000 of us would have an impact on the market enough to dilute or negate the edge. There you go. Well, it's 16C. It's warming up. We're having a heat wave here. That's 60F for you F'ers out there. 58, well, I'm going to need to take a consensus. One machine says 68F. The other one says 58. So there you go. Take your pick. Take your pick. Seems like everything's working here. I hope. Welcome to the stream. It is 9:55, the 11th of November. What are we doing? Are we in a trade? Have we clicked? How many thousand times have you taken the trade and gotten stopped out? Well, there's one fella I know is a really nice. It's really strange to me how trading affects people psychologically. People who are successful, mature, responsible, and they get a mouse in there. I guess it's like gambling or drinking or drugs or whatever else it is, Those things, one doesn't apply to the other, There's one guy in particular that just, Boomer, I just can't stop trading. I just can't. How do I stop over trading? Well, it's just real simple, dude. Pull up your boots. You're an adult. You're a successful professional. I just don't get it. I mean, I do get it, but fortunately, I don't suffer from it. Now, what are we going to have? Oh, let's look over here, boys and girls. Nope. Did we get an A? Not yet. If we get this close below the IB, let me get over here and let me widen up and do some other stuff. Maybe make it easier. Okay. If we lost it, you see? There was the lead in. There was the previous bar. Fine. Open above the close. Better to have the low above the IB, but what happened here? We opened on the IB, we closed above it. If this one opens above the IB, on the right, and closes below it, it will not be an A signal because the previous bar is out of sequence. The idea of this is just, and remember, I'm just an old cowboy from Montana, right? So this is no kind of, MIT stuff. I figure, if I want to make a statistic about the IB low, I want price heading towards the IB low. Trading from the top down, same as the bottom up. And that's the way I was able to do it quickly, just one bar. And it's amazing how many times this one bar, or the fact that the close or the open is on the IB and not below it or above it, quite amazing. And like I said, the only time you can do the what ifs is away from the live trading market, and you can only change one parameter at a time and backtest. You change two, how the hell do you know which one made the effect? The one I'm going to look at is the open and the close, I think, because several times in the last 10 days, I've not had an A signal because of, this is the wrong way to look at it. I've not had an A signal because it opened up here and the close was right on the IB, not just a tick below it. So you need to think about whether that's an important criteria or not. And what is going on now, do you suppose? What are we doing in the big scheme of things here? Well, this rotational day is pretty flippin' rotational, isn't it? Would you say that this is a continuation day? What do you suppose has been happening there? Outside in, outside in. Now in, the mean here is coming down one time. Means it's, you know, there's not as much room, there's not as much meat on the bone back to the mean. Figure out what that means to you. And I would really, one of these days, I am going to be sure I have IRT properly configured to trade the system and then just let it run one day and see what happens. Let it trade itself. Are we rich yet? Let's see, 10 o'clock. Do you know where your kids are? Oh, come on. Something that's real important that I continually screw up with this trigger chart and IRT, and I want to point it out real clearly here. You notice how the progress bar at the bottom is gray. And now it's white. That means the minute that's gray, these bars and the chart is not updating. And you see over here? This is where we're trading. Why don't we have a bar over there? Let's see. Now we do. If this is zoomed in too tight, or this is gray, you're not getting current price action on IRT, and that has screwed me up by missing a trigger. Yesterday, really, and I don't know what to do about it. I wish I could just set the damn thing and, you know, make sure, but I have to be continually monitoring that. And if anybody knows something, how to prevent that, Let me know. Let me know, baby. Now, with IRT, something you can do is you can push the shift and control and scroll, and you see how the bars change width? Well, they don't change much, but you see they change width a little bit. That's changing the gap between the bars. See that? I'm not sure if that really helps the situation I was talking about or not. I try to make it dark and heavy and large enough to be real visible for the stream, and i.e. me. By the way, on the music story, my office here is completely quiet. For me to monitor the music, I have to put on a headset. So if there's, it's too loud or stupid or not loud enough or whatever, drop something in the chat, because I have no clue. When I put the headset on, it sounds fine, but I don't do that. Are we going to get a 3-bar reversal? That's a signal that I've thought about, having nothing to do with any of the volume profile or the Tom B stuff, or everybody's doing VPOC migrations and mid flips and all this kind of thing. Now, if you notice, I don't have all of the volume profile gizmos going on over here. As opposed to over here. VWAP, mid, lots of people are liking this VPOC migration lower, test up to the known level from before. Antonio and I have talked about this when it's a real widely discussed statistic or signal. And how can you miss the VPOC migration? How can you miss the yellow brick road moving around? But I've never been able to figure out the qualifying parameters after that fact to have a, consistently profitable setup. What the point of this is that a lot of guys are trading the VWAP to VPOC, which is another one of Tom's things, I think. Mid VPOC, supposedly vetted trade, but I have yet to see anybody show me how it was vetted, and that concerns me. Now, okay, there's 40, there's 36, so yeah, there's plenty of range there. What have I done? I've screwed up here and didn't have. There we go. There's 1 point high and there's blue boy. Okay. And if you look at this setup, yeah, we're on the right page. If you look at here, the mid or the VWAP, mid or VWAP, VPOC, what is that kind of? Well, that's an outside in. Outside in. Low volume node. There's a, everybody's looking at something. I think one of the things that's most important to do, at least it was is to me at this point, just focus in on one specific set of rules like I've done here. And I'm not saying this is, my way or the highway. I picked 3 rules out, and that's a starting place. But it's a consistent absolute. There's no guessing around or messing around, I think that's important. It sure as hell is to me. Do I have a trade yet? Nope. Because I don't have a signal. I got all these, you know, out of sequence, boys going all over everywhere out here, but meaningless. So I want to be always careful if you're using IRT, and maybe other software does it too. This thing is gray, and most importantly, that you see price action happening on the last bar over here. Otherwise, you're missing out. I've lost 2 trades, real profitable ones, because of that precise condition where I didn't see the trigger. Here's another one about the trigger and the signals that is something to consider. I mean, this is, you start with the wide, you know, the higher time frame or the higher idea. You start with the signal, and then you start getting smaller and smaller and smaller, more minutia to the specificity of it. And with backtesting, it's, does the signal fire on the bar or on the following bar? I've tried both. Now, if it fires on the bar and you get a signal and the bar is not complete, the signal can go away because it doesn't, just like you've seen the A's and the B's here, because you don't have, they're not, it isn't complete, therefore it's not set yet. And I'm not saying I know what to think about this. I'm just saying stuff I've, you know, rattling around up here. Wouldn't it be pleasure to just have something set up, determined, identified, vetted, verified? You just slap it on, and takes 1 trade a day, and, you know, stop and think about it. If a 2-lot, risk neutral, 2-lot package on the ES Mini, $750, do that once a day. That's, now, no, I'm not going to be an eight-figure trader and, you know, all this kind of stuff on YouTube, but it would certainly be a nice maintenance level, wouldn't it? I mean, I'm sure a lot of people make more than that, but there's probably a lot of people that don't make $750 a day and work their ass off 8 or 9 hours, you know, or more hours a day. Now, I am sure that there are traders around who I know that have figured this to be an IB failure, and they're doing just fine. They're scaled and they're whatever they are, you know. But this did not qualify, or this didn't meet any of my rules, A, B, or C. A, B, or trigger, so it isn't one for me. And in order for me to change all of that, I need to start over and change one at a time, and, you know, it's goddamn boring. It ain't easy. This is where the hard work of trading comes in. Trading is not difficult or hard, but it takes a lot of work, I think, to get, at least for me. And, you know, a lot of people are good at gambling. So, good for them. Good for them. I wish I could shut this freaking toolbar off. There we go. So, in case it's interesting, first of all, what the hell is going on? What have I got? 213, huh? I don't think I did that, but let's check. Okay, so in order to have this have been a signal trade in a mean reversion environment, I need to have this close be below the IB. Hey, Panda. Yeah, Antonio's here. Hello, how are you? Where have you been? Having a nap or a snack? Okay. Then I need to have the B, which is right there, correctly signal. Then we need a trigger, which is right back down here. Notice the trigger zone, you can barely see these dots because of the IB low. The trigger zone is just 1 point either side of the IB. So B, pull down to the trigger, and that's a long. That is a IB failure long off the IB low. None of which happened. So, yeah. Oh. Well, they got a pretty big batch of retail soup going on over here today. Nobody said trading was going to be an exciting adrenaline. Actually, I think that if your trading is an exciting adrenaline-filled extravaganza year, good for you. Definitely wouldn't work for me. And I would question if it's working for you, really. You know, over outside of random distribution. Let's put it that way. Oh, here we are. Price check at aisle 3. That's one of Tom's. You know, price check on the big aisle. Is this still too high? I'm not sure that any of that stuff is valid, actually. If it works, hey. You know, if the shoe fits, wear it, right? If you have your own mean reversion vetting setup, something, rules, whatever, what a pleasure, huh? Absolutely no heat and all the way up for 46 to 32, you know, 15 handles or so. Nice. I do not. So here we are. What am I forgetting to do? I don't know. Nothing, I guess. Got 455 of them out up there. There's stops for 30. You see that? Now, let's look at the liquidity we got piled up around here. We got 2, 4, 7. There's several thousand contracts sitting right in here between the IB high and the and, you know, current price. What is 10 o'clock? Something was happening. Oh, yes, it's the Veterans Day ceremony. So we've been in a random risk environment here for a little bit. And let's see. Well, looks to me like fairly high volume. I don't know. Let's see. Every time I say that, I screw up. So let's see what this says. This damn trigger chart. I don't know why this thing keeps doing that, but man, it is disappointing. That's not supposed to be on this chart, you know? Why it does keep jumping to the front, I have no clue, but it's irritating. I'll be the first to say that. This is, well, I don't know what's going on now. No, I'm really disappointed here. I'm a bitch. Yeah, that's why I don't know. IRT, oh, look at us go. Well, we're just rocking and rolling here to the top. I guess somebody said something nice. That's good. What happened in the news? Anytime I see that kind of action, I start thinking something happened. And yeah. Here we go with Veterans Day. Trump gives remarks. Okay. Maybe he's not calling them assholes again or something, or losers, whatever it was. This Haslett guy. They're just absolutely pulling this crap out of their ass. They got no more idea that that's going to happen than fly to the moon. You know, Trump was saying something about inflation is going to be 1% in, I don't know, a month and a half or something stupid. It's gone up from 2% or 2.1% to now almost 4%. I don't know what they're going on. I don't know. What I do know is it worries me that there is a continual flow of incorrect information put forward as if it's real facts. And we're talking about the economy of the country, people's jobs and lives, and man, I don't know what to think, really. Don't know. Well, this is what was supposed to look like. Now, if it'll load, let's see what happens. There you go. Well, thank you. I don't get why that continues to happen. But it's irritating. It is damn sure irritating. This is not supposed to be on this setup at all, and I don't know why it is. It just keeps getting in there. This is what it's supposed to look like. I don't know why that happens. So there's our volume, 2 average volume. We're at about 2.75 ATR on a 1 minute candle. Open interest. Jesus. And we got a VPOC migration north now, but this is a full session VPOC. This is not, you see how it's a darker, more muted yellow? That's the full session from over here at 92.79. The VPOC on the RTH session is 67.54. So the second we get... Thank you. We got a birthday present. Oh boy. So what happened now? Back to the POC. Here's our day. It's happening. It's just... Well, maybe it wasn't as good as it sounded, huh? She was joking. Yeah, my birthday was Saturday, so she bought herself something, and it's my belated birthday present. I get to put it together. stand for a computer and monitor. She's a cutie. Come on, man. Now, okay, let's just be, let's be open-minded and clear. Once again, if you have vetted mean reversion trades, phew, making money hand over fist today, huh? So we got outside in, outside in, outside in. I mean, never mind where in is jumping all around to the mean, but none of these have really taken any heat. This is rearview mirror trading, which is the stock and trade of all those people I'm not very fond of and I abhor doing. But there's a difference between rearview mirror trading, inferring that I knew about these trades and took them. There's also, you can go back and analyze what we're doing here, right? That's why I keep Blue Boy on the job. What have we done? Well, we're just outside in and outside in. We're just rotating. It's pretty clear here. Pretty clear here. Has there been a setup and a trigger? Nope. Am I... let me, there's something about your monkey mind which is important to keep an eye on. And that's my version of Tom's Jekyll and Hyde or whatever else, or, anybody else's emotional or trader psychology. No matter how you believe humans came to be, creation or evolution or whatever, get on a rock and the sun hatched you, I think everybody agrees we have been developing a long time. So we have a lot of things burned in, wired in to our DNA. FOMO, desire to be right, risk aversion. All of those things are present day manifestations of traits and tendencies that enabled our ancestors, or whatever you call them, our forefathers, to survive and pass their genes down to us. If two guys are standing out on the savannah 100 years from now, 1,000 years ago, and they see the grass wiggle, and one of them jumps behind a tree because he's risk averse, and the other one walks over and kicks the grass and turns into something, and there's a lion there or whatever that turns that guy into lunch. One of them, the risk averse guy, passed down the genes, the other one didn't. Those things are wired in you. FOMO, a big one. There's another IB statistic that doesn't matter for the signals. Those things are huge, and you're never, ever going to get over them, replace them. You need to remove FOMO. No, you're never going to do that, because we're humans. Are you ever going to get over being hungry? Are you ever going to get over the fear of fire? No, of course not. So what you do need to do in the trading world, because trading by its very nature, you need to be risk seeking. We put on risk to make money. So you need to be absolutely aware of your psychological and emotional state all the time. Are you feeling FOMO? Are you feeling revenge? Are you trying to chase? I guess that's FOMO. And if you recognize those feelings or that adrenaline or whatever it is, then you don't act on it. Simple. You remain calm, cool, and process driven, and that's how I believe you deal with all those psychological things. And of course, Brett Steenbogger and all those guys, I'm sure, are very nice and very well educated, but remember how they make their money. They write books and they give courses about trader psychology. And the more they can convince traders that it's a real big bugaboo, and boy, the only way you're going to be successful is to listen to them, guess what? They're going to make money, maybe you're not. My philosophy, just, an old cowboy from Montana, is real simple. Pull up your boots, or cowboy up, pick whatever one you want to do, and don't, you're an adult. I don't overtrade, period. I don't have a problem with discipline. I'm waiting for signals, and that's what I'm going to do. It's that simple. And I really believe that. That's my spiel about monkey mind, the monkey mind. But it's really important. And if you want to listen to a lot of people on YouTube and wherever else, trader psychology is this huge thing. It seems so crazy to me that suddenly adults, educated, successful, professional adults, suddenly they open a trading screen and they turn into a 6-year-old kid that's wet in his pants. They can't control going to the bathroom. I mean, it's crazy. I find it bizarre, actually. But I guess it's like drugs or gambling. I guess it's the same idea. I don't know, some gene or something. Anyway, there you go. So what am I doing? Well, I'm standing here pissed. Yeah. Am I pissed? Sure. Am I having FOMO? No, because I don't have any signals. Here's another one of those IB stats. There's one. There we are again. Is it a signal? Nope. Am I taking a trade? Nope. Would I like to? Sure. But, I'd like to be 40 years younger, too, and rich. I wish I'd been born rich instead of so damn good looking, I mean, what the... So we'll just let this go. I'm going to put my birthday present together for Mama so she can use it while we're watching. That's another thing about taking care of yourself and whatnot. I'll talk about it maybe later, but I don't know how your office is set up, but throughout the day, every hour or so, step back, do some squats, stand up, do some push-ups, have some dumbbells in there and do some curls, you know what I mean? Focus out the window, get outside and focus down the street. Take care of yourself. You're the most valuable tool in your trading office. The most critical component is you. So, there you go. I'm going to mute now so I can see what's going on with this monitor thing she came up with for herself. Now, I don't want to be all busy in construction mode here and miss a signal, because that would thoroughly chap my ass. Wasn't in construction mode, but boy, missing that signal yesterday for a really nice trade. Really annoying, especially since I was anticipating it. We had an A, we had a B, and I was waiting for the trigger. Stepped outside to and came back, and it had hit the trigger and was well past it, and I don't FOMO or chase, so I stood there and grumbled a lot, and that was that. Ah, this sucks. I like doing other stuff a lot better when I'm in a trade, you know. I've gotten risk neutral scale and I just got my helmet on, my feet up, and I can go put something together or whatever else. And now I have to be on guard, right? Well, getting up here to where we might get an A to the top side, that would be kind of interesting, huh? Perfect timing. I finished my construction project. Mom has gone off happily with her new stand, our new computer stand. We'll see what happens. Okay. This is fun. Maybe not. Now. Okay, let me just had this progressed to the IB high and closed above. That would have been an A. Then we would have had a B correctly. And then we would have had a trigger correctly and go short. But we didn't get that. So, yeah. So I got all that put together, and I'm back here, and what are we doing? Well, you can bet you that there's a lot of people that have been chopped up today. I'd say that is a foregone conclusion right here. Are we going to get an A trigger out of this thing, or an A signal? Maybe right here. Let's see. Let's zoom back over to the trigger. Oh, now what happened? We got an A. You see what happens when that I was talking about the on bar close or not? Well, the bar hasn't closed, so we're getting A's and then we're not. And then we're getting an A and then we're not. So I would be pretty mystified if we don't get an A out of this one. We may get an A and a B, which I'm not happy about because I don't think I like the idea of continuation trade here. So there's the A, and now we're going to get a B, or what are we going to get? Okie dokie. Now here's where we have where I have a problem with context. Do I think it's likely that we will continue to go up? Well, we have the previous close is up above us and settlements up above us, and previous RTH high and ETH high are all above us. We don't have a, why don't we have a B signal right here? And then a trigger down here. That would be a trigger. This would be an A, B, and a trigger. But why is this not a B? I better look into this. I'm going to be so pissed. Excuse me. Okay, IBC long. A? No. B? There we go. No, never mind. Okay. Answered the question for me. There's the B trigger. Now, if we get a trigger, it's a long. Do I think that's a good idea? Well, thinking it doesn't have a lot to do with it at this point, I guess. I've actually done something in the past on Bookmap in that I put a resting order down at the top of the trigger or at the IB, and figuring, well, if we hit it and get taken in, yahoo, buckaroo, here we go. I don't think that's the right thing to do. I don't know. Now, notice the nuances of the rules here. If this close would have been above into this zone, that would have been a B. This would have been a trigger, and we would have been long and scaled. Oh, able to going to get one of them here now also. So I need to watch my Bookmap and get ready for get ready to put a trade on. Oh man, look at that. Huh. Irritating. But this is the way, this is it. These are the rules, and I'm going to trade them mechanically at this point. And boy, that's frustrating, isn't it? One tick away from here would have been a signal, the trigger. Trying to stay in the market here and not chewing your ear. Okay, let's see if we get one this time. I'm half tempted to just throw one on there. Well, and I may do that right now. A little further. Come on, sellers. Get a little. Look at that one. Again with the one tick. What is this crap? Okay, there we go.
Order submitted.
See if we get in here. Okay, there's a trade.
Order submitted.
And it is 326 T1. Funny. 26, 25 or something like that. And will it get stopped? Likely. Didn't get anywhere around settlement, and that's not a good sign. Long.
Order submitted.
Remember, there's a 50-50 probability to be stopped or to have a trade win or lose. And this is a pretty dangerous time of day, right around the IB high. They couldn't get up to that. They could not get to over settlement and close, which is saying something, I think. I don't like this time of day. I keep getting suckered in on these, or not suckered in, but pulled into these in RTH2. Not happy about that. Okay, let's get up there and get that. Let's get that, what do you call them? Risk neutral scale off. Where's old Trump with his tweets when you need him? I can't really think of any. I guess that buy stocks or invest now tweet or something he put out once. Most of the ones I can think of were negative. Now here's a great example of conformational bias. You see how this line could be taken as oh, that's a hard and fast, that's a good line. This is nothing more than the bottom side of my continuation zone having absolutely nothing to do with anything in the market. But that's conformational bias. That's the same idea as Fibonacci numbers. What more than likely is happening is we are, this has been a consolidation and it's building itself up here. And will they reload and take it higher? That's all I need them to do is get to that risk neutral scale. Which is just a tick or so. A tick or two. Go on, get up there. Boop, one more pump. One more lift. Come on. Push. Everybody out. Everybody out. Remember, this is live. Live and real money. One more push. Come on. There you go. Aw, man. So these fills are real, huh? You see that? Didn't get filled right there? That's kind of annoying, isn't it? I'm going to go with... How many times would you imagine they're going to do this? I'll tell you what, huh? One freaking contract, one tick, and it was actually up there once on the sell. Look at that. Now that's called real fills, not sim, real, right there. Come on, reload and get it up there. One, give me a risk neutral scale here. Come on, I'm an old guy. You respect your elders or what? Look at that one tick. I'll tell you, that's amazing. That's 3 times we're within one tick of that level. That's just amazing. There we go. Risk neutral off at 334.34. Okay, helmet on, feet up. Now what are we going to do? You girls going to get up there and do that or what? This is where you start thinking about risk management, trailing up and all those kind of things. If I trailed up to break even right now and it came back and took me out, I would be up 12, whatever it is, 12 handles. I don't think I'll do that, but because it's risk neutral and the worst that's going to happen to me is a scratch, right? Because I'm never, ever going to move my stop away from entry. That is the giant no of the world, in my opinion. This may be, I may be kicking myself here. This is where all of those varying variations on the back test come to play. What happened over here? Why am I not on the right window? I thought I was most of the time, but boy, if I missed that, I'm disappointed. Sorry about that. I thought I was there. Talk about fixated, right? In the moment. Okay, let's get up there and show these guys who's boss. Let's get up there to the previous RTH high. Come on, you can do it. POC, there's all kind of stuff you can do up here. And it's annoying, isn't it? Remember, we're fast approaching the noon hour, which is I'm not particularly crazy about. Oh, there we go. Okay, let's bust up through there. Come on. We'll go get water and tea more often here. Maybe it's going to work. Now, we do have a bond auction coming up at 12, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know whether this is working right or not. I guess I'm mistaken. Huh. What do we got for time? 11:40. Okay. I guess it's probably still jabbering here. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. You have to ask yourself how many times they're going to hit that top before they pop through there and take all of those stops that are living just above the settlement and close and everybody else, right? There's a lot of fuel living up there, as you might imagine. Not any big levels in here, but add them up. I'm certainly not saying that that's going to happen in the next, specific period of time, but one would suspect. That's all these guys that are trying to pick the top. Oh, we're going down. This is it. We're picking the top. All those guys that are trying to do that, those traders, are throwing their stops right up here somewhere. Once we hit that, that's fuel. If you have to look at it, we have higher lows and flat top. Not sure what that means, but there you go. So the A, the B, and the C, and the trigger got us right in here. And then we got the scale. And now we got our helmet on, and we're going to see what the hell happens. Not touch anything. And see where we go. At some point today, mark my words, this is a prophecy. We're going to go busting through that settlement and close, and there's going to be a bunch of stops up here, and they're going to take it up several handles. Who knows when? Don't forget we have a POC over here from yesterday. Also fuel. Oh, here we go, maybe. Well, let's check. Let's check what happened. Oh, there we go. There's 123 stops out. I would guess more to come. Probably. This is when you start thinking about managing the trade. Do I trail it up to that previous, do I trail it up to T1? Imagining probably going to give it back at that. Do I bring it to break even? Or do I sit back and manage it and just watch it? I think I'm going to just enjoy the ride. Now, these are the times you start thinking about those, you know, let your winners run and your cut your losers short and all that stuff. I could definitely bring the scale up, the stop up to break even. That would be a relatively valid thing to do, locking in the T1. I could have brought a minute ago the stop up to T1, which would have been taken out now. Or I can just let her ride and see what happens. It doesn't do much for your win rate, but then neither does a small winner. And it's important to recognize that win rate by itself is pretty much useless. It's got to be taken in, you know, it's the clickbait stock and trade of the internet guru world. Excuse me. Oh man, come on. It's almost noon. Get this damn thing up there to my target. I gotta go for a walk. I need some exercise. There we go. So now we're going to get the POC, and then we're going to just keep pushing higher. I don't know. Actually thought there'd be more fuel up here, to be honest with you. Of course, we're not to the POC yet. My wife is such a good cook. You can tell right away by looking at me. Come on, man. Get up there. Let's do a squeeze-a-rooney. Or something. There we go. Now we're cooking. Get that POC. Take this liquidity out at 291 sitting up here. We got 229 at the number. And then 291 up here. I'm sorry. 246, and they lifted. I'm going to leave it right where I'm at. You notice that we're at this 288 thing up here? I'm thinking I'll come one tick below that. Depending on how much horsepower it looks like we've got when we're heading that way. Excuse me. Now I could start doing trade management, bring it up to the previous RTH high, bring it up to the POC, trail up below this. One of the common methods is to trail up behind the swing lows. Should be here. So you don't be giving any of it back. I'm going to just keep watching until we get to the top of the hour here, because I have a sneaky feeling they're going to keep going up. I think, but no reason to think that other than we have some targets up here, including the overnight high. And we just got through this POC, so that has now been taken out. My workflow here is to change the text to black. And there we go. And I think I will now start trailing because I don't want it to blow back in my face. I'm not sure just how to go about it. I guess it's up here below the swing low, just below settlement, maybe. Buyers, come on, get in there. Get a squeeze going. This is always a question. Now you have to be really careful that you grab on the name here, not over here trying to grab the line. And is it going to come back to my settlement and would it essentially take me out? That's what I don't know. I think we're going to get up to that 65 handle, but I don't know whether that's going to happen. You know, what's all this noise? What's this 299 at 62 that keeps bopping in there and rearing his ugly head? Rearing his ugly head. This is always the big question, and trailing too tight can be a big one, right? So if I bring both up to here, that's only a 1-to-1 risk reward, if you know what I mean. I'd like to see him take this punch one more higher into 12 o'clock. Up there, we got 300 of them at 65 now. Do I bring this one under 65 and just keep it right underneath for good measure? This is a live market, remember, and this is live trading, so these fills and slippage are a real thing. Here we go. Let's get up to 65 here and show everybody how big and strong you boys are. Lift that up. 54, 128, 120. Here we go. One more push and we'll get to the target. Come on. Whoa, look at there. There's one hell of a buy. There's one hell of a delta buy, right? Wowie, wowie. What does that mean? Does that mean we're going to fall on our ass? Let's go up one more lift. One more lift, boys and girls. Come on, you can do it. Heading into 12. Let's go. You got 7 minutes. Get up there. One more lift. You only got a couple of more to go. I do think I'm going to trail it up to right there. Come on, one more lift, girls. Come on. Everybody out. Don't you all talk to yourselves? I do. And we got a lot of them laying up here at 68, right at that overnight high at 67. I'm going to be pretty happy to get up here to my T2 though, if we do that pretty quickly. Look, see, that's right at that liquidity. You see that? I should have been one tick below it and I'd have been out. You see? That's what happens. You get to be a greedy pig. 65. I should have been 64.75 and I'd be out. That'd have been over the hump for T2 here. Still may do. And I don't think I'll move my target at this point because I'm trailing, and that's okay. Come on now, one more lift. Let's go. One more push. Everybody out of the car and let's get going. We'll get out of this mud hole yet. One more push into 12. We got 5 minutes to go. You know you want to get up there. Do I want to bring this down one tick? That's what I don't know. One more. Come on. One more tick. Let's go. You know you can do it. You know you can do it. One more push. Come on. There we go. T2, baby cakes. There you are. That was fun. 355.40. Wait a minute. I got to do a couple of things here. 03 something or another. T1, trail 2. And now, what was that? Was it 54, did I say? Boy, I'll tell you, I know I've said this ad nauseum, but it is so amazing how much I relied on that. That app and didn't know it. 56, was it? Oh, well, I can look. I can look. Boop, boop. That's T1. Where am I? T1, T2. All right. And now we're popping above them, of course, right? Am I upset? Am I having FOMO? Probably. No. But you see how it can happen, how you can work it. All right, now what I do here for you who want to know, inquiring minds want to know, this is the full report of the, and I mean full report of that trade. And I always include this in my snap and on the stream. And I put these, I upload my trades every evening to Static Journal, and then I put the snaps in there also. So, boop. Oh, what are you doing? So there's a full 2-lot. Oh, that's $75 in the mini. That would be $750 in the, I'm sorry, $75 in the micro. That would be $750 in the mini. And, you know, one of those would be a nice day. For me, I would be satisfied. Of course, I'd be satisfied with 10 of them, but, you know, there you go. Now let's see if I can A, B, trigger. Okay, I can do this. Oops. So we have we have something. I don't know what we have here. Let's just see. What do we have here? A. Why won't they be the color I want? God, that's so frustrating. A, B, trigger. Come on, man. What's going on here? There we go. Why can't I make the damn thing what color I want? Now, it would be nice if I could, what I was doing was this. I did a screen snap over here, and I'm going to put this in the journal also. Would be, IRT does have the facility of marking with a reference line your entry and stop, targets and all that stuff. But it's one of the things that I was concerned about when it was thinking on its own. Oh, here we go, up and away. So I'm out at 65 and we're already another 5 handles higher. And this is the difference of like, let your winners run and, cut your losers short and all that stuff. How do you take advantage of those extra handles there? Oops. Right there. I guess you keep pushing your target up, and then when we got here, scroll up to this, to the trail, and then what? I don't know. That's stuff that needs to be looked at. And if you're looking over here now, what's happening? Ooh, we got a big tweezer top up here. What does that mean? Well, we had one here, and we had one here, and we had one here, and I don't know. But it is one. It's what they call a tweezer top. Now, Rod and those fellas would call that a V reversal. They'd have shorted it probably. I wouldn't short it because it's against context in my world. And Blue Boy, get over here. He's over in the barn. He's chasing the neighbor gal around there in the barn. I'm sure of that. Okay, so that's yeah. There you go. Had that been a mini, that would be just lovely, wouldn't it? It's still lovely, but in terms of account, growing your account compoundedly, or however the hell you say that, compounding your account, it doesn't add up much. But it is certainly better than a sharp stick in the eye, isn't it? And 12 o'clock, I can go for my 4-mile journey, which is what I will do. Why is this not doing what it's supposed to? There we go. Yep. All right, so I'm gonna take my own advice here now and get outside, rest my eyes, get a 3-4 mile walk in. Which if I hurry, I can do in the lunch hour, and back around 1-ish. A lot easier to do when you're not on a loss. But nonetheless, need to do every day, at least once. And after the market and those kind of things. So I'll leave it on Bookmap, unless somebody wants it somewhere else. I don't know. Okay, now what do I need to do? Phone. I'll monitor the stream from my phone. Can't hear anything, but I can text in. Let's fire up the music here again. Always forget to do that. So we got one more trade for the expectancy pile. Well, I could probably, I don't know. I won't do that now. I'm going to get outside while I can. It's 20C here now, which is about, something's wrong. Still saying 60. $67 is the F version. All right, I'll be back. I'll be monitoring, but I'll be back. What's that, Schwarzenegger? All right. Now here's something to be careful about. I don't know about careful about, but something to notice. Look at the bottom of this profile. There's one TPO down there. That's definitely weak. Or poor, whichever way it goes. But notice that typically the auction comes to a conclusion, winds down on both sides. But this is not very much so. Oftentimes that's revisited. Here. I'm not saying that's going to happen today or anything else, but it's just an observation. Here's the, here we are for the day. Got this MCVPOC just above us and a naked volume point of control. Right above it. And they are right here and right there. Okay, so here we are at some time, right? 1:30. One trade in and out. Obviously right here. It's so great. I'm quite like the way Bookmap graphically displays everything to do with a trade. Entry, T1, T2, break even. After we achieved this, I pulled the, migrated the stop up to below the swing low for trade management. Could have gone again, but as it turns out, there we got the push. Now, could have gone a lot higher. Yeah, here's how it could have. Could have gone way up to here, which is another 76. That's another 10 points. Look at that. It's another 10 handles right there. That's how you let your winners run, and where Rod and Harry and some of those guys compound into such high winning days. Instead of 60 ticks, that would have been 120, 150, right? So, and then of course, more than one contract. All in, all out, or all in, scale out, whatever, but not the risk neutral story. You have to remember that with the risk neutral methodology, when you take the risk neutral scale, you've given away half of your potential profit. And so that one lot is riding free. There, you know, that's worth mentioning. Whoa. Okay. And here we were, A, B, trigger. Oh, yeah, trigger. Got out right over here someplace, but certainly could have wait a second, RTH, ETH. Got out right there on this lift. Left some on the table, yep. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to call, right? I'm going to not expect another trade today because I'm only trading the setup, and that's that. So I'm going to find other things to do here that are important. Drink my pomegranate juice. All right, I'm going to grab something to eat, and this is the day where I have nothing to do now. I had my trade. I have no follow-up setups that have been vetted, so I'll just monitor the market until something else happens, you know? Sorry, I got hung up outside. Yeah, well, we're about ready to wrap it up here. They've been pretty much in the hold here at the highs into this close. I don't, there was no trades for me to take, but, you know, doesn't mean there wasn't any, depending on what system and strategy that you had vetted to automatically, well, we're going to be closed here in another 10 minutes. Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't mean to get hung up outside. But hey, life's what happens while you're making other plans, right? Well, we don't have any market on close order here, I don't think. Yeah, we do this time. Well, that's finally. That thing was broken there for a few times. So these are the market on close orders that come out at 14.50 every day, trading day. We've got 315 million buy side on the S&Ps, 680 million buy side NASDAQ, 15 million sell side on the Dow, and 118 million buy side on the Mag 7. There we go. So all my usual daily recap and going through the back testing in detail. Catch tomorrow. Sorry about that. As far as the recap goes, what happened? Well, these are our news sources. What do we have tomorrow? Well, we've got 10-year note auction tomorrow at noon. I don't know how quick these people are going to get the government back to business. This is investing.com. Don't forget that it's free. You can filter it and set it up however you want to for your time zone, etc. And the other one I use is Financial Juice, which is similar. It is also free. You can filter it. But it has a similar docket feature here, but I prefer, the reason I look at it is for the this squawk box kind of affair that goes on this side. So here we are, closing right at the highs. That's I will expect that the ETH will open and the market will continue on. Typically, this auction is not complete, and we're going to run out of time before we run out of auction. So highly likely that we'll continue on with whatever this irrational exuberance is. Haven't quite gotten up to our naked volume point of control or that MCVPOC yet. Kind of surprising. We had one trade which worked as advertised and as expected here on the this is the trigger chart. Come on, man. Oh, I don't know what's wrong with RT or my machine or the computer. I don't know. So we had an A, a B, and a trigger, and we got long and we got out of it right here. All right, there. And very little carry through. I mean, it's carried up about another 10 handles or so. But I suspect it will keep going. After the close, in the ETH on the open, that's typically what happens when we have oh, look at this deal here. What is going on here now? What is this? How can this be? Oh, I know exactly what this is. No, I don't. What's with this? What's this big gapitosis we have over here? That makes no sense. I'm not sure what's going on here, but whatever it is, pretty weird. That's obviously not correct. Something's missing here. Something's missing there. It is kind of what's happening on the market, though. Look over here. Yeah, look at this big thing here. That's what that is. That is a massive something. Somebody said something right there. Boom. There's also sometimes a second market on close revisit at 55, but I've never seen it completely gap through without any kind of, now this is a 1 minute chart. What's happening on the Renkos? Well, of course, they don't look like that. Another reason to use them. Well, I don't know. It could also be a problem maybe with the data hang-up. I didn't notice that, but maybe. So, yeah. You're the most critical tool you have in your office, so take care of it. Stay healthy, hydrated, get some sleep, plenty of rest. Don't be on tilt. Get out and get some sun or fresh air and natural light for your eyes. And we're going to wrap this mess up in another 2 minutes here. Let's see what's going on with... I don't know what is the matter with this thing. This is the ES, the mini and the micro. And what's going on here, I don't get. I don't understand this at all. But it coincides with right here. Huh. I don't know what that is or why. So, yeah, waited patiently, took the trade, and there we are. Be expecting continuation to this up, buying on the RTH Open. And remember that I stream every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning, Central Standard Time, until now, 1500, which is the cash close. And there we have it. So tune in tomorrow morning for sure. It's we're going to do an analysis of pre-market and settings and et cetera, and we'll be trading tomorrow. And expect more good trades and more. It's not exciting or a rodeo or an adrenaline stream. It's about really trading professionally, really the job or the business, having a business of trading. So have a good one. Take care of yourself. And yeah, thumbs up, subscribe. Thanks a lot. Antonio, thanks for dropping in. Always really nice to see you. And I'll be back tomorrow morning. Happy Veterans Day if you're in America and are a veteran or not. All the best.